Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Today, we do what we've done yesterday. Welcome, Omar. Hope you had a good day. Yes. Oh, no, I'm too dark. There you go. So, it is once again time to continue this project. I have, of course, worked on it a little bit more off stream. Let me show you what the previous version looked like, so we can compare where we ended yesterday and how were we starting today. Welcome Maxilla, welcome 3D25 or 3D25. So yesterday we created the pose for the character mainly. That's the main thing that we did yesterday. And then off stream, I also then worked on the body bit, refined it a bit so that we have a good base for the clothing now that I want to block out today. So this is where we ended yesterday, which is just, we created multiple poses to see which one would work the best for this character. And this is the one that we chose. Also, the one thing that that was kind of, I guess, has changed is first I wanted to, put the sort of dragon fur scarf around her neck, but that kind of made it look more like a snake. And that actually got just fixed by a simple change by just removing or putting it a bit lower around her, I guess, like waist. And that makes it makes it look much more, like one of those fur scarves you can see here, for example. And then, of course, offline I merged all of these things together and sculpted a bit more to refine, the shapes and stuff, so that we have a good base today for the clothing, which I actually don't, we'll see. Maybe we'll revise some of the choices that the ideas that we had in the beginning for the outfit. But we'll get there when we get there. I also added hair. I've played around with a few different hairstyles just to kind of see what the hairstyle could be in the end. So I have a few here, like this one's the main one, and then, for example, this one. Depending on what kind of the style is going to be at the end, I think one of these is going to probably be the best. And I guess, I kind of want to define the hair a bit more after the outfit is done, and probably more of the other stuff is done. So I don't want to, I wanted to create some, I didn't want to keep her bald. So I already added some, but those are kind of just placeholders for now. Welcome Jackson, hope you have a good day. Wish I was good at Blender. With time and practice, everything's possible. Okay, so I also added, the eyebrows and eyelashes. For this one, I actually tried kind of a new technique, I guess, where, of course, for 3D printing, eyelashes are very, very thin, but without them, the character looks kind of, like this. And so to add some eyelashes, I wanted to see if what I had in mind works, which is actually just like this. I basically just, sculpted modeled these planes, and then added a solidify modifier plus shrink subdivision surface modifier on it, which basically, makes them kind of rounded and also makes them thicker, which I think looks pretty good, and I think should work in 3D printing, and should actually be visible in 3D printing, depending on, of course, the size, but it's definitely better than nothing. So welcome Line. How long will the stream be? I can't be here in the beginning, maybe I can catch it later. Usually it's around 4 hours, so up until for me it's 12 a.m. now, so it should be up until like 4 p.m. Yeah, that's usually how long I'll go. Hope so. Trying to learn photorealism. Yeah, I think it's good I think learning creating realistic stuff is actually the best way to begin, even if you want to create stylized stuff, because you create the best stylized stuff if you know how to create a realistic version of what you're trying to stylize. But you know, if you just want to create something photorealistic or just realistic, then you don't need to. Then the second step, you don't even need to worry about. Yeah. Also, a quick tip for anyone that tries to, you know, wants to add eyebrows real quick to their characters, and doesn't want to use, for example, just like a solidify plane, for example. What I've done here is very simple. I basically just duplicated the head and then shrank it a bit, and then basically just brought the eyebrows back on top of the actual face by just sculpting them, you know, sculpting on them. So basically, if I wanted to, I don't know, sculpt a third sculpt the third eyebrow, I could just go in here and use the brush, for example, to just reveal this part here again, and use that to, for example, I don't know, create a nice mustache here. I found this is the easiest way to, you know, create, to add hair to a character if it's not, you know, supposed to be like, or and kind of achieve this look. The kind of solidified, of course, plane creates a more stylized eyebrow, and I think these, especially if you refine them a bit more, can look a bit more realistic, since you can sculpt in like individual hair strands and stuff. Same time zone, nice. Yeah, I think that's probably what I kind of want to go for in terms of time streamed, generally. I think that fits the best into my schedule. Deadpool 1 was so good, thank you. Welcome, Meg Lustig. Hope you have a good day. Wait, alright. I think I missed you before, maybe? I think so. Okay. Yeah, so today we have the clothing. And the dragon. Oh, the dragon, of course, too. So actually, I think I want to start with the dragon head. I've kind of purposefully not done that offline because I thought it's cool. It's kind of fun to sculpt dragon heads. So I wanted to do it online, or like, you know, live. So I think that's what I want to start with, and then move on to the clothing, and then kind of figure out what to do there, so we can kind of, I guess, have a, you know, a nice smooth start into this day, I guess, and then we can later fall into the depths of figuring out what the best clothing is for her. So let me grab my tablet and then we can create a dragon. Oh, okay. Time to calibrate it real quick and then we can go. Last time we kind of looked for some dragon references to find some, you know, kind of the style that I want to go for. The idea kind of this statue is supposed to be that she kind of is, you know, kind of a bit like the contrast between harsh and soft, I guess, or smooth. So she, you know, kind of giving her rounder features, maybe, you know, like a more round hairstyle, and then the dragon, of course, has all these sharp scales, and then the, you know, the head features being more sharp could create like this nice contrast, and also kind of, you know, it being her kind of fur scarf creates this interesting contrast. So I think I want to kind of go in this direction for the head. Yeah, and kind of like this more Western dragon looking style. This one is kind of more like a snake look, which I don't want to go in because, you know, I don't want to make it look like a snake. I want to make it look like a dragon. And kind of the main differences are sort of the, I would say, like the eye position and especially the nose. You can see this one has a more developed nose and the eyes are way further back. For the snake, it's way further forward. So yeah. Yeah, out of these, for example, kind of like this looks kind of like a good dragon. Maybe this one looks more Chinese. Yeah, so I think as the main reference, I'm probably going to use this one right here. Okay, let me put it down and then we can start. Welcome, Invisible Miner. Do I remember you? I'm really bad with names. I don't think so. It's been 2 years if you've been here when I streamed before. Yeah, 2 to 3 years ago. Some names I remember very well. I think yours I didn't, unfortunately. Hope you have a good day. Hope you have a good day too. Bana. Tips for getting good at modeling anatomy. So the easiest way. Okay, so there's kind of like a theoretical way of getting good at it, and there's kind of a practical way. The theoretical way is by understanding how anatomy works. Oh, hold on, the music's kind of loud. By understanding how anatomy works, you can kind of fill in the gaps of your knowledge gaps oftentimes, and also kind of just like if you think about the muscles, how they're supposed to be in the arm, for example, it kind of just makes sense once you understand how and why the anatomy is that way. But the Swamp, oh, okay, I think Swamp SpongeBob I remember. And the practical way is by starting with a simplified anatomy, like trying to recreate like simplified anatomy, and then going more detailed in your, I guess, like references. So for example, you know, anatomy for sculptors has, of course, they have a book where they kind of show the anatomy and also, like, you know, simplified, but they also have an art station, for example. Or I guess I could just go to my Pinterest page, because I have like a collection of a lot of anatomy references, and some of them are also simplified. So for example, here, if we for example go to, let's see, this one, for example. Well, this one, of course, the ear is a bit complex, but there's one that I just remember. Let's go for the head, for example. Actually, the head is kind of a different thing. Let me just go through these real quick, and then show you one that I would start with if you want to learn anatomy. I don't even know if I... Of course, these are not really sorted by anything. Maybe it's easier to just go to the anatomy for sculptors art station. There they kind of publish some of their references that they have in the book too. So for example, like this one, for example. You could, for example, start by sculpting a very, very simplified version of whatever you're trying to practice, then move on to a slightly more complex, and then to the fully fleshed out version. And by going through these individual steps and practicing them a few times, you kind of learn you slowly but surely learn more and more of like the shapes and how they work together, and how they also don't work together to form this final look, and make it a bit easier to kind of see through the different layers of I guess shapes that usually the body has. There's another one that for example, if we go to the head, for example, this one is, I think, only one of the ones that I have in mind. Yeah, so for example, if you go to anatomy for sculptors head simplified, there should be this one right here. So if you, for example, want to practice the head, you can first start with this very, very simple, you know, just kind of where is it now? There it is. This very, very simple version, just to kind of learn the super basics of all the shapes and how they work together. Like, oh, how does the neck connect to the shoulders, or to the, I guess, yeah, kind of the neck to the rest of the neck. and then you know how the head sits on the neck, and then you can kind of add some of the features like where the eyes are and what those shapes are. Practice this one for, you know, a few times, as long as you, I guess, kind of, I would say, like, until you're comfortable with creating this, and then you can go even further, do the same, and then even further to get to the final result. So the kind of practical version of getting better at it is kind of either doing that, or for example, one thing that I did that helped me a lot was watch anatomy explanatory videos, like anatomy tutorials. Let me see if I can find one real quick. I forgot his name. I watched him from one particular person. If I look for forearm anatomy explained, is he somewhere here? There he is, Sam Webster. Oh, hello.
Being a winner is a curse.
Oh, there you go. He has a few videos basically explaining each muscle in a certain you know, part of the body, and then also it tells you what that muscle does. And yeah, knowing where the muscle, for example, attaches to, like which two bones, and what it's meant to be for, at least helps me a lot in imagining what the shapes, or where the muscles are and what they look like in the body, and you know, how to sculpt it correctly. So yeah, he has a few good ones, and then, you know, otherwise maybe even just like you know, lifting videos, like where they explain the muscles, for example, and how they're used in the body to do certain movements. I think stuff like that can also help a lot in getting better at anatomy. Can you someday do a video creating a character in MB Lab? I don't even know what that is. Hold on. MB Lab. Oh, it's a Blender add-on, okay. Allows us to generate a character with a few clicks. Okay. It looks kind of similar to that character. Is it called Character Creator? There's like a program that you can use where you can kind of, you know, just like a character creator basically in a game, you can create a base model for animations and stuff. I usually don't use those that often because I like creating them myself. But maybe at some point I need it. But so far I don't really have. Don't have a need for a program like, or an add-on like that. A video of you popped up on my feed, I guess, for you. Oh, for you page, and I was wondering if you were still streaming. Yeah, I started just a week ago, so I guess you checked in the right in the right time. Blender. Oh yeah, Blender also has assets that you can download that are like simplified anatomy versions of the head, maybe the body too. I actually have them. Let me see if I can look at them in the preview. Oops. What is all this? Oh, right here. So if you go to the Blender base meshes, you have like the eye, of course, a foot, stylized and realistic. These ones are, so I think they only really have it for the head. So you can see here, like the skull, they have a simplified version, and then they have a, you know, realistic version. For the head here, they have a primitive version, I guess, and then a version with planes. So it's not as, I guess, expansive as the references from anatomy for sculptors, for example, but maybe these can help to just kind of see like a 3D version of a simplified head. Welcome, Amethyst BN. Welcome, Brickerback. Welcome back. Ryukin. No, I'm gonna retopologize this character. It's for I guess maybe I'll kind of retopologize it because I thought about creating the clothes through retopology, but that kind of depends on if I can use. I think I'm actually gonna do that. I think that makes it the easiest. So not the whole body, but I'm just gonna kind of retopologize, I guess, model on top of the body to create the clothes. So yeah, it's not really retopology as you would maybe expect it to be, since it's going to be a statue, so it doesn't need perfect topology, but it's like a 3D print, but I guess kind of retopology, kind of the same workflow, I guess. So let's get into it. Do we need this anymore? No, we don't need this. I also applied everything, of course, so there's no pose changes that I can do here, except for the dragon that just shoots off into the distance when I change the keyframe. Let me actually change that. There you go. Okay. So let's start with a head, a dragon head. My tail light is still on. Good. Let's see. Oh, right. We don't really need anything except for a good old, not plane. Is it a plane? No. Is it a cube? No. It is a sphere. There you go. Okay. Let's go here. Do we want to go there? Yeah, why not? Oh. Okay. Perfect. Look at this. A perfect sphere. Oh. 20% battery left. Not good. Let me plug it in real quick and then we can start. Here it is. You know, something I wondered is with 3D printers getting better and better, whether they will become more common and kind of maybe similar to normal printers. Maybe at some point they can even combine. Maybe that's a bit maybe that's a bit different, but combine like add a painting functionality to 3D printers too, so you can like order something, like buy a certain model and then print it and then let it also paint by that same printer. That would be kind of crazy, but I don't know how that would work, but you never know. And even if you don't create your own models, for example, 3D printer is still like very useful. If you, I don't know, you have a because you can print so many different things. Like well, a bowl is a bit different because it's kind of a you use plastic to print it, which isn't that great for eating stuff from, but you can kind of replace certain things that you maybe broke off, or you can I think what is really useful for is creating like small useful things, like I don't know, a cup holder for your car, for example, or other small things like that can make your life a bit easier, and you don't have to buy them from Amazon or whatever. Excuse me. And it'll cost way less. I, for example, recently, 2 days ago or so, printed a, my friend bought a PlayStation 5, and and 2 controllers. So I just printed him like a, controller plus headset stand where you can put, all that stuff in. So, I think one of the, like, spools to print that stuff costs like $15, and you could probably print like 5 or like 3 of those whole, of these stands with one of those. So it's definitely also way cheaper to just print it yourself, of course. Yeah, so I wonder if the 3D printing space just gets bigger and bigger at some point, and more casual people get into it too. Since even now, if I just use it, all I really have to do, I had to do to get that stand is just go to my app, look through all the you know, uploaded models and just grab the one that I like and say, hey, print this, and then it's done. Just, you know, puts it, sends it to my printer via wireless connection and just, you know, prints it. Pretty crazy. Okay, so let's begin. A dragon. First of all, symmetry, of course. So the cool thing is, once you know head anatomy, you can also print, sculpt the anatomy of other creatures. Basically, well, because the anatomy is kind of the same, the only difference is the proportions. So, for example, if you look at this dude, he has a nose, he has a nose bridge, he has eyes, he has a brow line, he has a jaw, he has a mouth, of course, and he has a cheekbone even. So all of these things are still here. They just are kind of in different places and have different proportions. And that is kind of the cool thing about learning anatomy. And you don't really have to relearn or like learn more anatomy because you want to learn like a new creature. You just kind of need to analyze what that creature's proportions are, and you can kind of already sculpt it. So for the dragon, for example, yeah, it's kind of like how I showed you there. Let me actually add some more resolution. It's kind of a low. Oops. There you go. Okay. Let's see, where do we begin? Do I want to open the mouth or not? I guess I can change that later. It could probably be different for each of them. I think one I want to just make sleeping, the one that is not getting attention, and then the other one is just, you know, maybe opening its mouth. Or actually, I think it might be better if both have closed mouths. We'll see. But I can still open it if I need to. So let's begin with a basic setup here first. A basic, you know, putting in the landmarks first. Like this maybe. Looks kind of like it's disappointed. Let's go add one more. There you go. Now it's happy. I usually like to start with the eye holes, just because they're a nice landmark to start with and kind of build around. So let's add that one first. I kind of want to probably bring it maybe higher. There you go. And then kind of build around it. Like, for example, usually eyes, there are like two kind of eyes you can add for, oh, well, they're multiple, of course, but the two main ones for creatures are either ones that face forward or the ones that face to the side. And that kind of depends on what kind of creature it is. If a creature is hunting, it usually has the eyes facing forward, so it can see depth and yeah, kind of perceive depth better. If the creature has them on the side, like looking in two directions, like pigeons, for example, it's they're better for, you know, having a bigger field of vision, so they can see predators, for example, more quickly, and kind of seeing what your creature is, whether it's a predator or whether it's a prey creature, I guess, kind of can kind of inform you in what kind of, I guess, direction you want to go in with the eyes. Of course, you can also, you know, be very, very different and, I don't know, create eyes that give them like snail eyes. You know, that's just sit onto arms basically, but you know, I guess that would be kind of a different thing. Usually the best creatures still make sense in like and kind of fulfill the rules or follow the rules of nature, because then they kind of make sense in our head and yeah, just seem more logical and more believable. This looks kind of like a bird right now, but that's fine. So now, for example, we can see I've already added the eyebrows, so now we can add the cheekbone too right here, which then kind of, you know, goes into the back, kind of envelops the eye like this. And kind of every animal that has eyes like this, or like eyes that are, I guess just eyeballs, right? Has cheekbones and eyebrows, or like a brow ridge. Because, you know, something needs to be around the eye hole to create the eye hole, right? And usually that's, you know, that's the brows and cheekbone. Of course, maybe if the eyes are in a different position than above the mouth, then I guess maybe you wouldn't call them cheekbones, but kind of the structure would still be the same. No. Now let's give it a good old dragon nose. Nice nostrils right there. And then also maybe a better chin right here. I don't know about this. Okay. Please give some YouTube channel to learn proper rigging and animation. For animation, Puric Picao, I think that's how you pronounce it. Just look up Puric, P-I-E-R-R-I-C-K, and then just animation or whatever. You should find them on YouTube. For rigging, I don't even know how I learned rigging. I think I just watched like a few random tutorials. I can't really recommend you one. Like one specific one that I really recommend. I think I don't even remember how I learned rigging. I think, oh, well, at some point I had a, the most basic, I guess like the advanced things that you learn in Blender after like the beginner tutorial or the donut tutorial. I kind of learned by watching tutorials on CG Cookie. At some point I had a subscription to CG Cookie, and that's where I learned, for example, stuff like creating a hairstyle in 3D, like with the particle hair, for example, or I think even like sculpting a character. Maybe I've learned through that a bit. So yeah, I don't really have an exact recommendation for rigging, unfortunately. I think it's like, yeah, like a collection of multiple things, because, you know, sometimes at some point, you know, you start rigging and then you learn, oh, what is IK inverse kinematics, and then you look up a video of that, and then, oh, what is this, what is that, and then you kind of mix and match and slowly put your rig together that way, I guess. That's at least how I did it. There are probably also good, maybe courses or tutorials on YouTube, but I just haven't watched them. Okay, this one already looks more like a dragon, but I want to adjust it more. The eyes are a bit big. Usually you can see how, you can kind of estimate, or you can kind of define how big something is, or how big something is supposed to appear by the size of the eyes. So for example, flies, for example, have very big eyes, or mice, for example. But then comparing that to a tiger, for example, or like an elephant, the eyes are very, very small compared to the rest of the body. So with the eyes, you can also kind of define how big something is supposed to be. And right now, I think the eyes are a bit too big. I also want to make sure that the features all are kind of very sharp, because that's kind of the, you know, juxtaposition I want to create between, you know, this rather soft character and then this very sharp dragon. Harsh and sharp. Let's see. I wonder if I'm gonna add teeth, I'm gonna do that later. Right now I think I want to focus on the head. Because I thought about maybe adding teeth that kind of stick out of the mouth. But I think I want to do that a bit later. Wait, what am I? Oh, right. There are also different kind of fronts, I guess, for dragons. You can either have like this more triangular look from up top, or you can also make the nose or like the front, for example, very blocky, kind of like this. Like this, for example. Kind of like both. I don't know which one. I think the other one is a bit better because it's sharper, I guess, in its feature. So I think I want to go with that one. Makes a tiger with dragon anatomy. That could be a different, interesting future project for another statue. But let's see. Okay, I think I want to bring this a bit back. Do I? Let's see. Or forward? Forward looks cool. Hold on. Like this? No, that's weird. Maybe the other way around. And then maybe make the nose a bit sharper too. Like this. That's pretty cool. And then probably also make the eyes a bit angrier. Let's see. So now that we have kind of the basics in place, we can now start fiddling around with the, I guess, proportions and just overall composition of the face to create something a bit more customized, I guess, you know, a bit better. Kind of how we did it for the face before, we can now do for the dragon here. Oops. Maybe bring the brows a bit down to create this more angry face. Like this, maybe. And then the nose ridge can be a bit more defined, like this, for example, to create this nice sharp edge here. Maybe going inwards even. Then maybe another layer here. Okay. For the nose. Let's see, what if we create something more like this? It's kind of I don't have enough resolution right now. Do I want to increase it in a second? Hold on. Big fan, keep up the amazing work. Thank you. Making monsters seems fun. Yeah, monsters are fun since you have more freedom, and there's not really like creating a character's face, for example, can be very, very finicky. And is very delicate in, like, making a small change can fully change, like, can fully make it weird. Or look at, you know, make it look way, way different. But for monsters, it's kind of different. You have just more freedom, in my experience, in how you want to create them. There's no, like, one monster that, you know, you're just trying to create. You kind of can play around with the anatomy a bit more and kind of just create what you want. And even if you know, create something a bit weird, it still looks fine because it's not supposed to be, you know, this perfect thing. Maybe a middle. I'm kind of thinking what I want to do for the. Let's see. Let's actually work on the main shapes a bit more and then go for the rest. What if we do this and then also make the jaw a bit wider? Hold on. Welcome, Alex. Hope you had a good day. Have. Let's see. So we also have, of course, lizards, for example, also have ears, which I think are roughly somewhere over here. I don't know, just like there. I guess we don't really need to add them necessarily, but I guess it kind of makes sense to do it. I guess I'll check where they are exactly in a second. I want to focus on the other features first. Maybe make this a bit sharper too. So now I kind of want to sharpen everything a bit to make it look a bit meaner and aggressive. I think I also need the beginning of the neck, because oftentimes that kind of helps me create the connection to the neck too. So if we just add a bit of a neck right here, that hopefully makes it a bit easier to create the transition. So sculpting is something I never managed to do right in Blender. It's actually something, yeah, if I feel like sculpting is one of those things you either really like or you kind of have trouble with. I really resonated with it. Like before I just modeled normally and that just didn't really work for me that well. It just seemed kind of boring. But then when I learned about sculpting, that really worked for me somehow. Like I really like sculpting. It, you know, just makes sense in my brain. Maybe for you, you know, precision modeling is more up your alley. Okay, so this is the transition. I also thought about changing the curve's shape, whether I want to keep it round or not. And I'm not sure yet. I can also see like a sort of square, rounded square shape could work too. But I feel like I want to keep it round. I'm not sure yet. It might create a cool shape if it's not round, but yeah, I'm not sure. Problem for another day. Are you basing this off something? It's kind of a mix between multiple references. This one I kind of like, this kind of drag and design. And then a few of these, especially this one here as the main reference. Maybe some features of the other ones too. But this one and this one kind of as the main one. I can hold on, yeah. There you go. But it's kind of a freestyle right now a little bit. Maybe I can add another plate here. Hold on. What if we add another plate here? Going into the middle. But then can create maybe a horn right here. Because right now I kind of feel like there's something missing here. So what if we do this? Welcome, FIFA. Hope you have a good day. Okay, I think I need to hit the Control R real quick so I get some more fresh resolution, fresh topology. I probably also want to increase the resolution cool soon, because right now I'm kind of struggling to create some of the features that I have in mind. Okay, that looks kind of like ears. That's weird. Maybe a different style. Let's see. What if we... I want to adjust the face a bit. It seems not done yet. Hold on. Maybe play around with the grab tool a bit to kind of just nail it. This looks kind of weird because it's not forward facing anymore. So I guess this needs to be like this. Right now it looks like it's looking in two directions. Not the right choice right now. So I want to adjust it a bit. What if we make the nose wide? I kind of like the more sharp, pointy nose. I also do sculpts, but first start with cubes and a perceptive modifier so I can get the base of the model shape and then apply mode, start sculpting from there. Yeah, I've done that for the body for her, for example. I've done that. But usually for the head, I just start with a sphere and then go from there, which is what I've done here, for example. So it kind of depends on what kind of part it is. For the body, I generally like to start with a, you know, modeling a base mesh first with subdivided cubes, because that makes it easier to nail the proportions, and then afterwards go into sculpting. Planning on getting a pen tablet soon. Nice. Yeah, that makes sculpting a whole lot easier. I feel like the jaw is kind of too thin right now. Hold on. Okay. I'm looking at the front and it looks... I think what's just kind of missing is the top part just looks flat. So I think we just need some horns there. I'm kind of thinking what kind of horns I want to add. Forward-facing horns would be kind of crazy. But I feel like usually you just have backwards facing horns. Also, hold on. I feel like the mouth needs to be a bit higher to give it more room for the jaw. Like this. I think that already helped. And then go in here and adjust it a bit. Stretching the vertices to the maximum. Okay, I'm not 100% happy with the jaw yet. Maybe, What if we do this? I don't know why, but the front look just looks weird right now. Let's see. I want to add some more resolution. I feel like I need a bit more just so I can refine it a bit more. Or you make a full head. What else would I do? Create a half a head? Okay. So, first of all, nose. Maybe something like this could work. Maybe not rounded. Actually, hold on. Let me try a sort of slanted slit like this. The jaw is too big. Yeah, I'm gonna... Let's see what it looks like if we just bring it in. Like this. I feel like the thing that's different or that's wrong or weird is that it needs to be higher. Or maybe not. That didn't really change much. We'll get there, okay? We'll get there. Let me adjust the nose first, because that's a bit easier. Boom. And the one thing that is always that you can always keep in mind for sculpting, for example, is the layers of something. You know, you usually start with the basic shapes first, and then you split those basic shapes up into smaller pieces, split those shapes up into maybe even smaller pieces, and then you have a pretty good sculpt of whatever you're sculpting. So now that I kind of have the base shape of everything, I can now go in and yeah, break them up a bit, make them a bit more refined, a bit more detailed, and give everything a more refined look. Have a simple Huion H610 Pro drawing tablet. It gets the job done. The 3x size sculpt. Yeah, you don't need a super fancy tablet. I just have like a, you know, simple one. I don't have a screen or whatever. I have one of those too, but at least for my desk, it's more of a hassle to set that up than to just use my small one where I don't have a screen. Yeah, just much easier to use because you just pull it out and just, you know, use it. Whereas with the other one, I have to make like a whole room here on my desk and, you know, kind of move my left arm around the tablet to, you know, to use the keyboard and stuff. This one is much easier to use. So that's why, for example, I use this one much more than the other one. The other one is better for recordings, for example, because you can actually, you know, see the changes or the things that I draw. But usually I just use this one. Is your reference software PureRef? Yeah, that's the one. It's, I don't know if there's another one. Probably there are probably more reference softwares, but that one, you know, gets the job done. I never had any issues with it. And, you know, it has everything you kind of need for it. For a good reference software, I guess. Is this for another video or just for passion? This one's for a, this is not for a video. It's just, yeah, just for fun. I want to create more 3D print projects because I kind of missed that for a long time. I haven't done that for a long time, so I want to pick that up a bit more again. So here we are. The Elden Ring project kind of gave me a taste for it again. And yeah. It's a nice, you know, change to the animation videos. Since they're, you know, the 3D print ones are usually a bit simpler in their execution. They're more brains off because they're more about, you know, just plain modeling rather than like figuring out, I don't know, a certain look or a certain movement or a certain, like thinking about the framing, thinking about the scene, which one comes next, the lighting and stuff. All that you don't really need if you just create a, you know, a simple 3D print figurine, for example. Okay, let's look at these eyes. So they're supposed to look forward. So we need to adjust this bit a bit. Okay, hold on, let me change my Discord notification settings. There you go. That's my Discord, by the way, if you're wondering. Okay. Welcome, Mika. Hope you have a good day. So, let's look at the eye. So they're supposed to point forward since it's a predator animal or creature. Let's kind of put that in here. Eye hole. Looking very, very weird, but that's fine. Oops. Okay, that definitely already looks better than before. Just these rounded little shapes made it look kind of weird. And then we can kind of shape the eyebrows around the eyes. Maybe even split that up again into multiple parts. Like so. There you go. Getting a bit softer now with, you know, how I guess I split it up, but usually, you know, it's easier to make something. I guess switching between soft and sharp features is kind of it's not too hard. So it's fine. May I ask what I used to sharpen the mouth? You mean the like this here? I just used the crease brush. This one right there. The crease brush. You know, like this thing. It's basically a draw sharp brush combined with with the pinch brush. A couple of months ago, I did a test. I printed a body in my Ender filament printer and hand and head in the resin printer. I was surprised with the quality of the filaments. Just need a small sanding. Yeah, if you know how to, I guess, refine the filament ones, I think they can come very close to the resin ones. Of course, resin immediately looks, you know, very smooth and detailed, and I think resin can also print more details, but it is, you know, at some point the details or like the differences can get pretty close, so that, you know, it's more about what technique I guess you prefer more rather than the result that it can give you. If you're not like a super invested person into like the perfect, you know, creating the perfect figurines, for example, but rather just kind of printing, for example, what you've created. I wonder if I should show the teeth a bit by extending like doing this. Let's see what that looks like. I don't know about this. Maybe not. I think first, before I do any of that, I want to focus on the jaw now, because this looks kind of still a bit weird. So let's see what we can do here. I feel like I want to just look at some more references for the head from the front, because all of these are just from the side, which of course don't really help that much. Well, let me play around with this a bit. So first, we can go, now we can try this, the tip that I gave, I think like yesterday or the day before, how you can do big changes to see if those improve it or not, and then return, like, you know, revert that change and then just do it more subtly. By doing the change that you have in mind stronger, you get a better impression on whether that improves the model or not, and then you can, you know, bring it back and do it with the strength that it should have had. or you know, should have. So for example, what would it look like if the I don't know, the jaw is smaller? This, I don't know if that helps, but what if the front here makes it a bit? What if we make this a bit smaller here? Doesn't necessarily help. What if we make it wider? Maybe even everything. That kind of helps, I think. Maybe not as much, but just a little bit more. Maybe the jaw too. What if the jaw... Let's see. What? I think I actually did something wrong with the jaw, or with the cheekbone. I think the cheekbone kind of connects. Wait, if I think about the anatomy, it would be. Yeah, I did something wrong. Hold on. I need to connect this with the cheekbone. If we do that. That already looks much better. And then we can adjust the rest a bit more. Okay. What if we bring this? Kind of thinking, so the mouth looks a bit, what do you call it? Maybe a bit too happy. What if we bring it down like this? Maybe that can help. And then maybe change the shape a bit too. Okay, see a cube, that cube. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Complete beginner for Blender. Is there any tips and tricks? Start with a beginner tutorial. I would recommend either the tutorial by the Blender YouTube channel, which is just like the Blender beginner tutorial, or the donut tutorial by Blender Guru. These are good beginner tutorials to kind of learn the basics, and then you can kind of once you kind of know the basics and maybe do a few more tutorials to kind of just, you know, practice the basics, you can then go ahead and experiment with all the different features that you have. Maybe you can do that through the different tutorials that you can do, like, oh, maybe you want to know how to create hair in Blender, maybe you want to know how to sculpt in Blender, or how to create cars, for example, in Blender. You can kind of develop or understand what you are interested in 3D, and then go more in depth in that direction. So for example, if you like modeling cars, you can kind of learn how to you know, just do model cars and kind of maybe follow tutorials and kind of learn through that more and more about the certain section of Blender that you like, or 3D, I guess, that you like. And yeah, slowly but surely improve in that region. Kind of like a little bridge right here, having like a little ridge on the nose. Like that. It adds a little flair to it, which I kind of like. Like this. You don't want your dragon to be happy? This one needs to be angry, okay? Maybe the next one will be happy. This one needs to be angry, okay? It is in its nature. It's an angry dragon. Why is there voiceover? vocals. There you go. Somehow, I cannot avoid the vocals in my songs. Oh, I think you can hear the workers outside. Let me close the window real quick. Okay, should be better. So, let's see if we can figure out the jaw. Maybe the only thing that's missing are horns at the top. Maybe that's like the big thing. Because I actually don't hate this. It looks just like it has like little ears now with the edges right here. I think that needs to change. That needs to change, but otherwise, I don't know if it's, you know, I think it's fine. Maybe we can bring this even further forward. Like this. Also, I think the jaw in general is a bit too far back. I think we need all of this need to be forward. Like that. I think that's better. I think that fits more, and it's also more anatomically. Oh yeah, look at that. Look how bringing it a bit forward creates this more like, oops, like this shape better. I like this diagonal line better than what we had before. Makes it a bit sharper once again. We're gonna create the sharpest dragon ever. There you go. Maybe even go inwards here. I really like the crease brush because it kind of just allows you to draw into the sculpt. Like, oh, I want to have a crease right here. Woo. Or I want to have a ridge right here. Just add a ridge. And then you can fill it out afterwards. That's why I usually use the crease brush. It also, I guess, I just like it more than the draw sharp brush, for example. Because it kind of combines two features that it's basically like, for me, it's a better draw sharp brush because, you know, basically draw sharp, you know, just does this. But then you can make this even sharper by also pinching it. And if you have a brush that does both of that, you know, why not use that? Kind of looks like a flower now. I don't know about this. Maybe I can turn this into horns. Also, maybe, what if we do this? Multi-layered horns, hold on. What if I make them wider? What does that look like? Like this? No. I kind of like... This looks a bit weird. It's not too bad though, but maybe a bit weird. What if we just do the middle? That looks kind of... It looks interesting, but maybe not the right choice. And then top. Oh yeah. It kind of works. Hold on. What if we bring this in, bring this out? It kind of also works with the shape of all the rest of the things. Like the lower bit is further down, like we get this diagonal line in this direction too, but maybe this is a bit too extreme. I guess what we could do is just add horns here that can add that thickness or that width at the top. Dragon needs to cut the cake that it's eating. Yeah, first of all, I want to now add some more definition here because all of that is just flat. So let's do that first. Okay, maybe we can add the ear right here. Just like a little hole. There you go. I don't know. Could work. And then for the lower half, I think I want to make this maybe a bit sunken in. Like this. And then maybe the front. I'm thinking where I want to add teeth, for example. But this definitely helps already. The teeth would probably go down instead of up. So we need some space definitely here at the top to add the teeth. Maybe like right here. Which then means we need some space down here. Just make it, I guess, thinner. There you go. What if it just goes down like this? No, that's weird. That is weird. What if it just connects to the top? Okay. Now it looks like it's making a face. That's not really what I want to go for, but we'll leave it for now. I actually don't hate it that much. I actually don't hate it. But I want to add down here a bit more volume, I think. Maybe like this. Kind of highlight the jaw a bit. What's that thing with the dragon that makes us also obsessed with them? I don't know, they look cool. Is that not a sufficient reason? Dragons are just cool. What about it? You just secretly wish you would be a dragon. You just don't want to admit it. Being able to fly. Everybody wants to fly. Having scales, maybe not necessarily, but who knows if it actually is bad. Skin over scales, I don't know. Sounds like an interesting proposal, you know, comparison. Not proposal. Maybe even like a pair of teeth coming out at the front. We'll see. We'll see. But first, the front. So what do we do here? Maybe first of all sharpen it a bit. Oh, hold on. What do we do this? Okay. And then let's see. It kind of makes it like a blade, I guess. And then we can bring it down. maybe like this. I don't hate it. I don't know if I like it. I kind of like this one more, probably. I think I'm going to keep this. Okay. What if we make this wider? And flatter. No. This doesn't work. I kind of want to change this a bit, the top half, because like this long sausage here needs to be broken up a bit. I think it's just it's a bit too big. Same kind of maybe with the cheekbone. And maybe I want to flatten it a bit too. It's a bit too wide. It looks kind of like the cheeks of, not the cheeks, the what would you call those? Like the underneath the nose for like rabbits or like cats. That area where the whiskers are, you know, sitting on. Question: Is it hard to sculpt scars? Scars? Or scales? I think you mean scars. I think scars are fairly simple. Oh, it depends on, yeah, if they're like healed scars, it's kind of just, you know, it's like a line like this. And then you add a bit more flair to it, make it a bit puffier maybe, or stuff like that. And then you basically have a scar. If it's like a cut, basically, if it's, you know, cutting into the body, you can just use the crease brush again. Crease brush is just useful for everything. Scars, spikes, anything. Yeah, I think scars are fairly simple. Oh, hold on. That kind of looks cool, but also kind of weird. This looks kind of like a bird now. Looks like, what's his name? Rodan from Godzilla. That's kind of what this reminds me of right now, like this bird dragon creature. I don't know. Something about this makes it look like he just ate like a sour grape. I don't know what it is. What if we do the other way around? This might be better. Hold on. Maybe this way is better? I don't know. This or the other one? Or this? I don't know. I don't know why, but the front view just looks kind of weird. I think I'll stick to this one, the original. But maybe change the position of like the mouth a bit. Okay, I think we need to do some mouth sketches here. Let me get rid of all this and just start from scratch. Okay, so the front just looks weird, so I wanna do some sketches. Welcome, Megatator. I do remember you. Have you been here like yesterday or the day before? A dragon or a wyvern? It's gonna be... It's not really a dragon, because it's like, if you look at... Yeah, it's not really a dragon. It's more sort of a... It's a dragon head, I guess. It's kind of, you know, with wyverns and dragons sort of have the same head. So I guess it's not necessarily like anatomically a dragon, but I'll just call it a dragon because it's the easiest thing to say. Everybody knows what a dragon is. If you say like wyvern or worm, that's a bit different. Oh, I kind of like this one. Hold on. Check this out. What about this? Let me change the... No, I want to stick to the mouth first. Let's try something else. What about this? Okay. I don't know about this one. What about this? More comic-like. Not too bad, actually. Hold on, there's something here, I think. There's something here. Hold on. I feel like this could work somehow. Maybe this is a bit too cartoony, but I feel like there's something here. I think I want to stick with this one, oddly enough. Thought this was Zilla. It's not Zilla. It looks kind of similar, I guess. It's also a lizard. Okay, this kind of goes in the right direction, I think. So what if we make this a bit sharper? Give it a nice bump. So this can basically be a tooth, not teeth. And then we can do this maybe. To kind of define the lower half a bit. Oh yeah, this is getting somewhere. This is getting somewhere. Then maybe we can do this. Do I want to separate it? No. I want to separate this half now, though. It looks a bit too clean. Oops. Also something I wonder, what if I bring this forward? No, I don't think it makes a big difference. I think I'm pretty happy with the front now. Of course, there's still something, you know, still stuff to change, but the general gist, I think the general shapes are all there. So now I want to stick with the back a bit. I think the back needs some more refining. A bit too flat. So, let's see. I think something that could work really well here is like a middle ridge, like this. Like this, and then the sides can also get a slight lift in a second. Thinking about the shape right now. It was kind of like a haircut right now. No. That's better. Like this. And then maybe... What would the shape be? Maybe like this. And then let's look at the sides. What if we just turn these into like gigantic horns, these little tips right here? I wonder what that would look like. Let's check it out. There you go. It's always funny when I listen to music on stream and then I recognize one of the songs because I used it in the video. It's like, oh, I know this one. I'm trying to remember where this one's from. I think it might have been in the... Wait. I don't remember which one it is, but it's definitely one of them. Okay. So, horns. I think this is going in the right direction. Maybe we create... What about triangle horns? Now we can think about the horn shape. What if they're like triangle horns like this? I think I need to add some horns externally because that just makes it easier than having to sculpt them. Sculpting oftentimes makes everything, you know, the sculpt oftentimes looks a bit too smooth. And I think it's easier to add them with just simple curves. I think that makes it easier. Also makes it easier to adjust them rather than having to adjust this, you know, sculpted horns. See Omega. How do you create a dragon without reference? You must have a photographic memory to do this. No, I still have references, but you just don't see them. I have a ultra wide screen, so the left side is just not visible on stream. So I still have some references. Okay, hold on. Let's see what we can do with curves. First of all, the shape of the horn. Oops. What I like to do to create profiles for my curves is to start with a plane, actually. Because you can just turn this into a curve by saying mesh to curve. So we can kind of bevel this however we want, and then, yeah, turn it into a curve. So, I think what I want to do here is, oops. How can I not? Oh. Do this. And then bring these up a bit. Oh, wait. No. Okay, kind of in this shape maybe. And then we can use these. Scale them up a bit. We need one more here, one more here. Oh, I need to bring this one closer. Also, if I want to be 100% exact, I would probably use a mirror, but right now, I don't think I need it. Moments before disaster. Okay, and then I can use these. And bevel them. Then go in here. Kind of like this, maybe? Could that work? I don't know. 4K monitor? No, just ultra wide, not ultra resolution, I guess. For some reason I can't really sculpt add full potential when keeping it lowers and gradually raising. Oh, low res. I need yeah, it's kind of a thing you have to kind of force your I guess yourself to do. The problem with sculpting with high resolution right from the beginning is that it's harder to adjust big shapes, and it'll look kind of bumpier if you kind of start with a high resolution, because it's harder to adjust the shapes. It's kind of, I guess, you know, weird to show. I guess that kind of just comes with experience. I would always recommend starting with low resolution and then going higher, because that also kind of forces you to focus on the big shapes first, and then allows you later to get into more details. Let me actually mirror this. There you go. Okay. Also, I probably want to use subdivision just to smooth it a bit. Is that a good shape? I don't know. Let me actually remove all of these. I wanted to restart real quick. I think with subdivision it's easier to create something good. So if we start with this. And then do another one. Why did I add this one again? I don't know. Let's remove it. I wanted to create some, like a shape that kind of looks like this. Oh, I can't really sharpen these. I guess I need to add more vertices here. There you go. Kind of this shape I think could work well for a horn. Maybe the edges are a bit sharp now. I want to probably broaden them a bit. But kind of like this. Not a round shape. Something more like this could probably work. Let's see what it looks like if we use this. Let me bring the 3D cursor into the middle roughly. Okay. And then use a curve. So, if we apply this... Oh, convert it to a curve first. Oh, I need to apply geometry, of course. There you go. Now, see, now it's a curve, but it has the exact same shape, which is really, really nice. And then we can go in here. I just find it easier to work with vertices than curves to create shapes like this. And that's why I kind of just start with a plane. And then we can go in here, select this. Oh, wrong one, of course. I always choose that one first, and it's always the wrong one. And then let's see what we can do with these. So this was kind of the idea. Since it already has this shape, this would fit in pretty well. And then let's see what kind of shape we want to have for these. I feel like I want to have like a slight bob. And then, oh. I think I deleted too many vertices, but I think there's a way to fix it. Hold on. For some reason, if you have a path curve and then you remove if you remove all but 2 points, it just removes like the smoothing functionality. And there was a way to bring it back, I just don't remember how. Is it, no. Nope. NURBS? Oh my god, what is this? What happened to the curve? I think it's the control points I need to change. Automatic? No. Weird. Why does it not work? I guess I'll just Start again. Okay. So basically sketch, sculpt, then refine. Yeah, that's I think the best way to go. You can, especially in the beginning, it's easy to fall into the trap of details, where you add details before your base sculpt is kind of refined enough. And then once you have those details in your sculpt, you first of all don't want to remove them again to adjust the medium shapes, for example. And it's also just harder. Going slowly increasing the resolution just, kind of avoids that problem altogether. So what kind of horn shape do we want? This? Hold on, let me mirror it. This looks kind of interesting, but not really what I want. It should be like it should look sharp. So what about this? Oh, well, that's kind of maybe a bit too far. A simple one like this, maybe? Or maybe a bit, adding a bit more curvature. What about this? That's kind of cool. But it also looks kind of like ears again. I feel like it needs to point upwards. This looks nice. Maybe a bit thin. Let me adjust the base. Maybe a bit boring though, a bit too default. Will the stream be available as a VOD? Yes, it will. You should just be able to find it in on my channel under the live section. There should be all of the previous streams. Is it possible to make sculpts like yours with a mouse instead of a graphics tablet? Because my sculpts are not that good. Yeah, you can. The only benefit you get through a tablet is maybe working a bit faster, and also having, of course, the pen pressure that you don't have with a mouse. But those you can work around, so you don't necessarily need a tablet. I've created a sculpt before, the same sculpt with a mouse and without a mouse, and they look pretty similar. Let me see if I can find the video actually. Maybe oh, here it is. Here's the thumbnail for the video where I made it. Where I did that experiment. Here we go. And you can see, of course, the shapes are a bit different, but overall in like the execution, they're pretty similar. I kind of changed the proportions a bit, but I don't even remember which one's mouse and which one's tablet. So I guess that kind of tells you that they're pretty similar. I think this one was a tablet, this one was mouse. I actually don't remember. Yeah, so there you go. You don't necessarily need a tablet. But I would say it's definitely more ergonomic. I think that's another good reason for a tablet. Mouse, like clicking the whole time just to create brush strokes can be very straining on your fingers, for example. So just having a pen where you just tap 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 is much better. Let me actually also add, no, teeth, maybe not yet. What about some... I want to add some more horns. Hold on. Did you reset the scale? For the sculpt? No, I did. I think it should still be the base scale. Do you ever have issues with going back to old projects once you stop working on them? What do you think is the best way to handle it? I usually just, when I stop working on a project, it's just done for me. Whether it's actually finished or not, I just start working on the next one. So I don't necessarily... Now that I create videos around my projects, it's a bit different since I usually just, you know, finish all of the ones that I do to create a video around it. So now I just, you know, all the projects that I end are actually done. But back in the day when I created projects that weren't necessarily done or finished, and I started a new one, I was kind of more interested in that new one. So I didn't really care about going back. If you kind of notice that all the ones that you create, all the projects that you create are basically ones that you start and then you get a new idea and you start a new one, but you wanna, but that's something you want to change. I guess that is kind of just about maybe, you know, at some point a new project just seems cooler, and then you just need to be a bit, I guess, diligent and a bit, have some self-respect. What? Self-respect? Self-discipline to finish the one that you've started if you want to create, you know, final products. If the if the idea of you just working with Blender is just fun, then, you know, you don't really need to care about any of that. You know, the main goal there is just to have fun. So, you know, if creating a new project is more fun, then you know, just do that. Kind of depends on what you want to do. Boom. What about this? What about this? What about downwards? Looks like ears again. What about upwards? No, that looks weird. What about straight? Yes, straight is nice. Okay. The guilt of trashing old files weighs heavily on me. Well, you don't need to... Do you mean trashing in terms of like deleting them? If you do that, then I guess you don't necessarily need to delete them. You can also just, I guess, you know, keep them around. Maybe if you don't have any space, get a hard drive or CDs or whatever and put them on there, just so you can look back on them if you want. What if Mario attacks a T-Rex? I don't think that's gonna go well for Mario. Except if he throws his hat on it, then he becomes the T-Rex. Okay, I kind of like this. I don't know if I like the front horn. I like the back horn though. I probably want to add more. Let's see. Do we want more horns or not? Maybe. This is kind of the moment where it's kind of similar to when you create hair for your characters, where you start adding or like creating pores on your character's skin. You start adding some, and then you just have like this patch of pores surrounded by this huge area of just smooth sculpt, and it just will not look good until you've just covered more with pores. So you will think like, oh, this doesn't look right. Should I just stop? But in that moment, you just need to continue, because at some point, more will be filled with pores, and it just looks good. And I'm kind of wondering if that's the case here. Should I just add more horns to, you know, create more variety and stuff, and do stuff like this to create more variety and make it, you know, add some details? Or should I just stop? I guess it's just all about experimentation. I think that helps. I think it looks nice. Yeah, I think that's nice. What about another row of horns somewhere in the middle? Hold on. Like these, for example, just further in the middle, further down and smaller. Wait. Oh. Like this, for example. Could be something. There could be something there. Oh, hold on. Like this. Maybe. Or maybe the other way around. Kind of contrasting the other two. No. That looks kind of weird. Does it? Yeah, it looks weird. I think having main, like one main, you know, two main horns, I guess, is probably better than having multiple. And the rest can be defined more with other features like bigger scales and stuff. Horn eyebrow. Yeah, I think I want to continue sculpting and maybe add some more sharp features and horns through that. So here, for example, horn eyebrows like this. Boom. Oh, let me change the fall off so it's sharper. Boom. That looks cool, actually. What if they go forward, though? Hold on. Like this? No, that looks weird. That looks weird. Let's see. Oh, what about horns, small horns right here on the cheek? I think that adds something to it. Kind of makes it nice. Just adds this tiny bit of detail. That's kind of like the second level of detail now. We have, you know, we had the big shapes. Now we've separated those into individual smaller shapes. Now we can add even more detail with stuff like this. With these small bumps and grooves and ridges and stuff to add even more small features. And that kind of 3-layer thinking, I think, is the best way to go about to sculpt. For a head, for example, that like a normal human head, that would be creating the layer 1 would be creating the, of course, the basic head shape plus neck, maybe even. Then the eye holes, or eyeballs, you could say. Like the eye, general eye hole area. Plus nose, sort of small bump. Maybe even like a bump for the mouth. And then layer 2 would be just refining those features like the nose and the eyes with eyebrows and cheekbone and stuff. And level 3 would be adding stuff like maybe even the wrinkles and folds and stuff that, you know, don't necessarily, that can make a big difference on a character, but they're not really that big in the, you know, in terms of shapes. Okay, somebody's singing in my ear again, not good. Let me change the song. Okay. Deleting my old files, and accidentally I deleted the Master Sword from Legend of Zelda I made. Yeah, I deleted quite a bit of files by accident a while ago. It wasn't great. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess. I guess it gives you another reason to create the thing again if you want. Just to have it again. Or it's the exact opposite, and you just don't want to do that ever again. Because you've lost it. Oops. Do I want to add those scales here too? Probably. Probably. Sounds like a good idea. Just for some more detail. Bam, bam, bam. Like this, for example. To add some more, yeah, details onto the horn, the scale covering the horns too. Yeah. Might be a bit too uniform. I don't know about this yet. What if we add like a spike here? Another spike like this. Just to give it a bit more structure. Then do this. Yeah, that definitely helps. Do that here too, and then that should be nice. I thought about adding horns to the jaw too, but I don't know if that helps. I think keeping it pretty, yeah, kind of like this probably looks better. I don't know about this still. Do I like this more? Does make a big difference. See, with these horns now, it kind of making the top half a bit wider. Having a wider jaw also doesn't look that bad. But I think I want to keep it this way. I think that's fine. I think the eyes need to be slightly adjusted. They look a bit... Maybe I should actually need more resolution now. Let me add some more details and then we can do that. One more level of resolution I think is good. Also something to keep in mind always is that when you add these very, very fine details, like these small scales like this, these small scale rows, do not overdo this and add this level of detail everywhere. There needs to be kind of a balance between these two things. At some point I watched a video about kind of how to add details to your characters or to like armor, for example, in drawing. And there they kind of showed it by by just looking at a cube, for example, or like looking at a square. So if you were, for example, to, you know, create the basic shape first, which is this, and then you want to refine it a bit, or you want to adjust, you know, you want to break up the shape a bit. You could, for example, then go in here, maybe like the third, break it up, so now you have a more interesting shape. Then if you want to break it up even more, you could, you know, maybe break it up more. And then if you want to add some details, you also could, I don't know, add some lines like this. Then maybe some circles, circle and some lines. And now we have this more refined, you know, square. What you don't want to do is add these finer details everywhere. So if I were to fill all this up with just like, you know, circles and squares and lines and stuff, it would just look very, very messy. It's always important to have a contrast between details and, I don't know why I can't draw circles, and non-complex shapes or non-complex surfaces, so your brain can kind of understand it a bit easier. If everything's full with deep details, it's very, very hard to understand it, or it just gets harder, and so it's, you know, more tiring to look at and less pleasing on the eyes. And that kind of principle, I think, works very well in sculpting too. So for example, once I now have added the these scales right here on his cheek, for example, I kind of don't want to do that like for the eyebrows, for example. I want to kind of keep those a bit softer and not as I guess separated, keep them as like bigger shapes to make it easy on the eyes, I guess. And you can see that in armor too. If you look at like the Doom armor that the guy is wearing, for example, you can see like big plates, and then you have like a small area on that big plate with like a smaller plate, for example, and then on that smaller plate you have like buttons and vents and stuff. And yeah, there's always like these areas of high detail, and then there's areas of low detail, just to make it, you know, that just makes the design just better. Easier to read and easier to understand. Funny how the music can just jump from one to the other in such a quick moment, because I just look up you know, a certain genre and just say, hey, I want to have laid back music, and then sometimes you get stuff like this, and sometimes you get stuff like the one we had before. Both are laid back, but kind of different styles. Best way to increase resolution, I like to use just remeshing. This is the easiest one. Just press Ctrl R, and then, you know, when you want to add more resolution, I usually just go in here and say, voxel size divide by 2 or divide by 4 to increase the resolution. You can also use dynamic topology and do the same there. So basically go in here, dynamic topology, and then say constant detail, and then you know, you can, if you use constant detail, you can define the resolution and then just hit detail flood fill, which basically does the same as remeshing, until you hit a certain point where you want to add details. Then you can just switch it to like the viewport, like how close you are defines how much detail you sculpt, or how much resolution how much resolution you sculpt, and this way you can add finer details into small areas, and you don't want to really detail flood fill with a very, very high resolution, because that could just, you know, crash Blender. So dynamic quality, in my opinion, is better for like very detailed, if you want to add like very, very fine details. Because you can, you know, add resolution in very select areas, which you can't really do with remeshing. Oh, look at this. How a small change can make such a big difference. The nose, I just changed the nostril a bit. First it looked like this, kind of round, to bring it kind of in line more with the overall sharp look of this dude. I pulled it back a bit and look at that. I think that looks much better. Maybe we can do the same here in the front to kind of sharpen it a bit. Oh, look at that. Maybe bring this down too. Oh, hold on. Maybe that's a bit too much. I think keeping it round like that is better. Okay, for the jaw. Maybe we can do kind of a structure like this for the neck. Just like straight lines, I think should work fine. Welcome MD Studio. Hope you're doing great too. Hope you have a good day. Bam. Okay. And then... should the jaw... I feel like it's not too bad if the jaw stays fairly simple. I feel like it's actually not too... Yeah, having like a more detailed top and then a, you know, low resolution, not low resolution, but like smoother bottom doesn't look too bad. What if we change the eye shape a bit? Make it angrier. Make it happy. Maybe make it have open eyes. No. I feel like this already looks pretty good. Okay, I feel like one more resolution increase and then I think we have a good sculpt. Yeah, let's do that. One more. Maybe divided by 4? Let's see how much we get. Oh, yeah. Look at that. That should definitely be enough. Maybe even too much. Now you can see how it's harder to, you know, smooth out, for example, high resolution models. Like we can see it kind of kept the low resolution sort of structure because the faces were that big. And now to kind of get rid of these, I kind of really have to get in here and smooth them out. So it might actually be easier to stick with a higher resolution, low resolution. Like, let's check what this is. Okay, divided by 2 instead of 4. Yeah, this might be better. What happened here? feel like the pinching of this pinch brush isn't that strong right now. Let's set it higher. We need higher pinch strength. There you go. Look at that. Perfect. Okay. Now it's kind of just about refining the features like the ridges and creases and stuff. And usually that is already enough to just sharpen everything. Usually, for example, for if you use like a Photoshop or whatever program to edit your photos, if you sharpen something, it basically just means that you increase the contrast on the contours. So contours are the areas of a model or the areas of an image where high like bright areas meet dark areas. And if you make the where they meet just brighter, or the bright area is brighter and the dark area is darker, it just looks like it's sharper, even though it isn't really. Which is kind of what you do if you, for example, use the crease brush to make the creases deeper and then also the edges sharper. Welcome, Chirac. I have a question about the live feedback you are offering to YouTube members. Oh, wait, is that still in there? I need to just edit that. At some point, like when I did live streams, I did a weekly feedback session where I gave feedback to submissions on stream, but I stopped that when I stopped streaming like 2 years ago, and then now I just started streaming again. So I haven't picked that up again, but you can get feedback in the feedback channel in the Discord if you're looking for feedback. If you post your stuff there, you can get feedback from other people. And sometimes if I have time, I also post or respond and give some feedback. But the members feedback thing is currently not a thing anymore. So many subs, why only 40 people watching while sculpting? Live streams are different than videos. Live streamers are more about like it's like kind of a slow, I guess, growth, you could say. So just because, for example, you have a lot of views on your videos doesn't mean that you have a lot of viewers live. That kind of slowly, increases as more people see that you, regularly live stream and maybe tune in and then see, hey, he, streams pretty regularly. Let me watch, regularly too. And the more you do that, the more people will join over time. With videos, it's a bit different since, YouTube kind of just puts it out, and if people like it, they watch it. And it's less of a time commitment too. So for a stream, you kind of usually, want to, or you're usually there for a few more, for maybe like an hour or so. Whereas for videos, you can, be in and out in like 10 to 15 minutes. So it's kind of a different audience. Not everybody works remote, so they can't just watch the stream. Yeah. Also, I think right now the main audience, like if you look at my audience statistics, the most people, or like the majority of people, which is like 30% or so, comes from America. And those, you know, people from America are currently asleep, depending on where they are in America. So they couldn't even watch if they wanted to. It might be like 6 AM for them right now, or something in that direction. So yeah, I think the second one is India, which should be like the afternoon now for them. And the third one, I don't even know what the third one is. Okay. I want to adjust this a bit because it's kind of too far away from the horn. But that's not too bad. Should be easy to adjust. There you go. The good part about scales and stuff is that they're not perfect in their shapes, so having like a fairly rough sculpt is usually fine, since that's kind of what you expect from scales. As long as the main shapes are good, you usually, you know, have a good sculpt too. There you go. Oops. Watching from Pakistan, nice. Welcome. Hope you have a good day. Is the weather sunny over there? Pretty warm today for me, like 28 degrees. Getting up there. Yesterday was a bit cooler. Today is getting warmer again. Yesterday I never had to use my fan. Today I had to start from since the morning I had to start using the fan. So it's definitely warmer today. You can feel it. I feel like I don't know if we can actually do. Actually, no, we still have quite a bit of time. I think we can do more than just the dragon head. At this point, usually the detailing can be quite tedious, so it feels like it just takes ages. But I feel like we still have quite a bit of time. Only 24 here, but it feels hotter. Yeah, the worst is when it's humid. That's the worst. Because then it feels hotter and it also just makes your body just collapse. I don't know why, but humidity just breaks your body down for some reason. Everything just feels, yeah, worse. If it's just dry and warm, it's fine. You can just sweat it away, but humid, you can't even get rid of the heat because the water that's just sitting on you just keeps it on your body. Also, something to keep in mind always with these 3D print projects is, it's a 3D print, so these very, very small details are probably not going to be visible anyway. So worrying too much about, these fine ridges and grooves and stuff doesn't really change much for the final result, except if you print it in like very, very high, on like a very, very big scale. But for these, usually you don't really do that. And you can also just say that you haven't designed them to be high resolution scopes. And then if somebody says, hey, this doesn't look that great on high resolutions, you could say, hey, I didn't design it that way. And then they can complain, but you have an excuse. Or a reason, I guess. Not really an excuse. Except if you decide that afterwards, after the fact. Kind of similar with like different, you know, low poly model, or like the model that you create for video games. If you were to put mobile game video, you know, characters into PC games, they would probably look very, very bad. But of course, since they're meant for like a small screen and for a and not seen up close, you don't need to make them as detailed and high resolution. And also because, you know, the phone isn't as strong performance wise as the PC, so you can't even make them as detailed if you wanted to. Okay, that looks good. Let me adjust the lip a bit, and then we're almost there. Just a few more features. I still want to give the eye... Do I want to give the eye more resolution? I actually don't know. It's not going to be that big anyway in the end result, so I actually don't think I want to. I also haven't added the eyeball yet, but that's fine. I also I want to add some teeth too. I'm gonna do all of that in a second. Like this? No. So a fun exercise you can do if you want to learn the basics of sculpting is to sculpt various different fruits. So if some people have asked me like, hey, how do I learn, you know, how do I begin learning how to sculpt in Blender? I would say, like, you know, learn how to sculpt maybe an apple first, and then a pear as well, which both of them are pretty simple, and then, you know, maybe move on to a pineapple. Pineapple might actually be one of the hardest fruits to sculpt. If I think about all the others, depends on how much detail I guess you want to add. Strawberry could be pretty hard too. Although you can kind of do that with masks, but even that's kind of annoying and tedious to do, like masking out all the little seed grooves. But the good thing about fruits is that they're, you know, it's easy to find reference for. You probably also already kind of know what they look like. They're not that hard of a shape. And you can kind of explore and understand how all the different brushes work and kind of, you know, get to know them. Learn their name, their preferences. Their favorite color and stuff like that. Okay, this is fine. Now, oh, this kind of divot looks weird. Let me adjust it. Make it, put it in line with the rest of the edge here, and that looks fine. Okay. So, let's add some teeth, and then I think we're good. There you go. Okay, so that's I think I don't want to add too many, but I think in the front they will look pretty nice. I haven't removed the sculpted tooth yet, but that's fine. I want to get the scale, I mean the shape right first. Maybe like this. Maybe a bit smaller. And then one more. I kind of like the idea of like a pair of teeth poking out. Like this. Making them smaller again. The second one is just, you know, smaller like this. Kind of like this. Makes it a bit more wild. Appear more like less symmetric and less organized. Let me adjust the second one. I'm not 100% happy with it yet. Maybe more? Let's see if we can add more somewhere, like here. It's gonna be very, 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 very hard to see that in a print, but some things you just want to add even though it won't show up in the end. You know that they're there and that's all that matters. Oh. Now let's just blend them into the rest of the sculpt and then we're good. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what it looks like once the once the body has a head too. Maybe it looks horrible and we need to redo the whole head, but I don't think so. We'll see. Okay. Oops. Let me save this. And then what I like to do is create like backup collections of a certain thing that I will, for example, join together. So because I want to join all of this together into the dragon head, I probably want to create a quick collection. I don't know, call it dragon head. Put all of this in there. And then I can just duplicate this collection and call it backup. So in case something goes wrong, I can just go back to the original version and fix it there. Wait a second. The curve looks a bit uneven here. I would like to change it slightly. Maybe just reducing the resolution helps. Maybe not. I think it's fine. There you go. I could also add some more details to the horn, but I might do that later. Let me add the head first to the body and then see what it looks like. Maybe a bit big. It's is it too big? What's the thickness of the? Yeah, it's maybe a bit too big. That's better. I think that fits quite well, and then adjust the curve a bit so it fits better onto the head. Okay. And now the tube has a head. And now we do the same on the other side. But this one is gonna sleep. So for this one we need to adjust the sculpt a bit so that it actually has closed eyes, but I had the idea of just putting it like on the other hand, kind of like this. Or maybe, yeah. I thought of maybe putting it on the step too, but I feel like the step, there isn't enough space for it. So I think putting it on the hand might work best. Let's see. Oh. Like this, maybe? I'm not 100% sure about the other position, like the lower one, but I think I'm gonna keep it there for now. Just a regular puppy. I wonder if I can make it bigger. I feel like making it slightly bigger would work better. Hold on. Let me change the pivot point. Maybe to here. I feel like slightly bigger is better, because I want to make them still a bit intimidating, so they're not supposed to be looking like cute little lizards. They're supposed to be fearsome dragons, okay? So having them be that small might be a bit too too cute. Unless it's on the top step just under her arm. Yeah, I thought about that too, but it might be covered too much by the clothing then, depending on what I want to do there. So I think I want to keep that space a bit open. Maybe I can move her, I can move the steps a bit further. No, I can't, never mind. The hand to wrap around it. Show us the concept art. Hold on. So the main idea, or the main concept, was this. I like first of all, like the fur scarf idea, and then, you know, the dragons. So, and then it kind of turned into this, where basically the dragons, it's basically like a dragon that has a head on each side, and it's kind of just like a worm, like this. And she's wearing it basically like a fur scarf, but it's actually like a dragon. And let me adjust the thickness so it fits, you know, for the new size. I also need to make this one. I wonder if I could make just one head bigger than the other, or if that would look weird. If I really needed, I could also just adjust the fingers on your left hand if I needed to. And just move that over, for example, like this. So I can give the dragon more space. So many options. Let me actually put it up here. Why not? Hold on. Is it already in here? No. Let me pull the main reference in there. Ah. Oh. Didn't work. Nice. There you go. So, yeah. I think I like this size more. What about this? That might be a bit hard to carry and also hard to coil around her body, so I think this is better. It's just slightly bigger, but better than before. Less cute. But still holdable. There you go. Make the step a little wider to give the dragon more room. Yeah. Let me see what it looks like if I give this the same size as this. Hold on. Here. I think it still works. I just need to do this so it doesn't clip through her arm. Let's see what... Actually, this might be kind of cool, because then it could be kind of like the clothing would cover cover the other dragon's head, kind of act as like, I don't know, bed sheet covers. Kind of tucked underneath her arm would be kind of cool. Like this. You could, I guess maybe we could also give the both dragons different expressions, you know, except, you know, not only the eyes, but like the whole thing. So this one could be kind of sleepy and this one could be more aggressive, maybe even opening the mouth actually. Kind of similar to the Godzilla, no, the Ghidorah meme, where the different heads have different personalities and look different. Oh, this one. This one. Maybe that could work here. This one actually looks pretty similar to the one that I made in terms of the design. So the left one is a bit sleepier, and the right one is more grumpy. Yeah, so I think actually putting it underneath might work better here. Which also means we can move these stairs back again to the original position. There you go. The sleepy one's tongue could be sticking out, maybe. How? But I need to change the body now, which shouldn't be too bad. I could just reverse it. Let's see what that would look like. Nope. Kind of like this. Maybe lower it a bit, because right now it's kind of just floating in midair. Have you ever seen a snake climb a tree? It looks really, really weird. But it's really fascinating to see how it does it. Because it's such a... Like, how does a snake... It basically has to always keep friction between its body and the tree. And to climb, it basically has to like move one part of his body inch by inch higher. And it creates like this wave motion similar to a caterpillar. Let me see if I can find it. Snake climbing tree. There it is. Oh my god. Reminds me of that one snake game where you have to climb stuff. Here you go. Ooh. It's so weird how it can just... It looks like it's floating. Like the head is just floating. Like weightless. Yeah. Let's see if I can... hold on. I want to see what the snake muscle anatomy looks like. I know what the skeleton looks like. It looks really cool. But I wonder how the... is that... Oh, no, that's the head. I thought that's hips. I want to see what how the muscles connect all the bones. Okay, this looks kind of complicated. What is this? It looks like physics. Oh, I think these are the different layers. We have the bone, in a respiratory system, muscles. There you go. Oh, okay. Kind of looks like the... I wonder what the middle one is, like the middle line. Because the thing is, it's basically, yeah, it's basically similar to how for humans we have these right here, like the obliques and the abs, which basically help us to, you know, stabilize the hip and chest or like rib cage and do this motion, kind of, you know, bend in one direction. And I feel like that's kind of what snakes have between each of their ribs. They just have abs and obliques between each rib. And that's how they can move that way. I wonder if can snakes spin? Or like twist, I mean. Can snakes twist? Can snakes tie themselves in knots? That's not really what I wanted. But I asked about twisting, not creating a knot. Can snakes rotate? No. When snakes twist. Okay. But that's 2, right? What I'm wondering is whether it can do an 180-degree twist. I feel like they can't, but I can't really find any good results. Whatever. I'll just believe that it can't and go with that. Okay. So this should be better, I think. This now wraps around her body and kind of is supported by her body. And then it reaches her arm, wraps around that, gets some support from that, and then of course rests on the ground. So this should work fine. Oh. It kind of extends the model a bit, but I think that's fine. Since it reaches past the stairs. But I think that's fine. Okay. There you go. Okay. I think I'm gonna change the expression on the dragons a bit later. I think I want to block out the rest first. So let's do that first. Also something I wonder is if we can already add scales to the body. Since we already have this and it looks... We can add more resolution to the body, of course. Let's see if we can add some scales to it too. Should be doable if we can use a... What's it called? Is there a displacement for curves? Unfortunately not. I think that only works for shaders. Okay. I guess we'll do it later then. Let's focus on the clothing now. So now we get to the hard bits, okay? Welcome, I'm coming to help. We're creating a 3D printable statue. Main concept is right here, but you know, I'm not trying to recreate this. I'm trying to kind of combine multiple different things to create something that kind of got inspired by this. Is inspired by it. Welcome, Raghav. Hope you have a good day. Can they untie themselves? I think they just don't tie themselves into knots. So they don't have to. So let's figure out the clothing. So the idea that I had was to have this cropped hoodie maybe, because I want to... So yeah, I thought about... The first idea was to kind of create this sort of modern style and contrast that with the fantasy dragons. So I think I want to keep that style, but maybe use a different outfit. I think a more elegant outfit might work better than a more street style outfit. So something maybe more in this direction here. I want to, so I think I want to not do a cropped hoodie, but maybe a cropped turtleneck, whatever. Like, you know, this basically is kind of similar to this. And combine that with these kind of pants, maybe. But, you know, first we need to model something that looks similar to this. So let's do that. Now we get to retopology, sort of. Kind of confusing, yeah. You know, it's a mix of multiple different references, and which, you know, changes from time to time, the idea. So it can be a bit hard to follow if you haven't been here for the whole time. Okay, so for the top, I think the top is easier than the pants, just because, you know, the legs are kind of crossed, so it's harder to model that. For the top, I guess we're just gonna retopologize because that's the easiest part, the easiest way to create the kind of clothes that I want to go for. So let's add a plane. I could also, wait a second. Maybe, hold on. I could maybe even just quad remesh the body and create a base clothing mesh through that way. I think that's what I want to do. Let's see if that works. And if that doesn't work, we haven't wasted too much time on that and can just remesh it manually. What app did you use for your mood board? Yeah, PureRef. Okay, let's see if that works. So, scope mode, we can mask everything out that we want. Like with the lasso mask. Maybe up to here. And then all the way down to maybe here. Okay. Looks pretty good. Let me check all around. I think I need to lower this a bit. Okay, that's better. Let me just do it manually, that's easier. Okay, so now we can say mask extract. Okay. There you go. And now we have this. Ooh. But of course, actually I could just scope with that if I wanted to, but I want to see if I can quad remesh this. Where's my, there it is. Let's just see what happens. Oh, hello. There you go. Apparently the license had to be activated again. Let's try that again. Okay, it's working. Hopefully that doesn't crash my PC, shouldn't? Or OBS. No, easy's already done. Oh. Extracting gave it thickness. I need to remove that, of course. And look at that. It looks pretty good. I think that's fine. I think that's better than manually retopologizing. Yeah, I think we can work with this. Okay. Even if it's just for a block out. First of all, let me use the inflate brush, no, the mesh filter brush, to globally inflate the mesh. There you go. Now it's on top. And now we can adjust and make it actually look like a piece of clothing. Of course, the geometry doesn't really fully support the shapes maybe that I have in mind, but it's good for a general block out. And, you know, with more resolution, the topology doesn't matter as much. I wonder if you can probably just smooth this out here and just make it a bit smoother, since clothing is kind of like a second layer of skin where it just smooths the underlying, not geometry, but the underlying shapes a bit. So this already looks pretty good, but maybe we can add some wrinkles too with some more resolution. But maybe for the block out that's not necessary. I actually want to make it a bit thicker, but I'm going to do that in a second once the shapes look a bit better. Oh. And the muscles are less defined. I'm kind of thinking this is sort of like it has a certain thickness to it, kind of a thick sweater, so you can't see the underlying, body structure, I guess, that well anyway. So making everything nice and smooth and kind of evening out the more defined areas should make that look, should kind of achieve that look that I'm going for. Yes, okay. Okay, and then to make it a bit thicker, let's select the outer edges. Can you select the outer edges in scope mode? I think I just do it manually. Select all of these. And then I can inflate it a bit more to create a thicker look, I guess. More puffed up, I guess. Oh, okay. And then to tie up and, you know, refine the edges, we could use solidified planes to create like this, I don't know what you call that, like this ridged border. Basically what I mean is, if you look at these references here, this right here, I don't know what you call that in fashion. I'm not a fashion person or a tailor person, so I don't know what all the vocabulary is, but that edge basically. Oh. Wait, maybe I didn't need to do this, but we'll try this first. I have another technique that we could try after this that might actually work better, but I'm gonna stick with this for a second, just to test it. Okay, so with the edges selected, we can use the mesh filter brush again. And just kind of make everything a bit thicker. Like this. And then for the edges, of course, as I said, we can create this ridged fabric thing that I still don't know the name of. Let me actually look it up so I don't have to refer to it, so do with some weird description the whole time. Sweater anatomy. Oh, that's not the one. I guess it's just a color. I don't really see a name for it. I guess the technique is just a different one, but all of it is just a color. I guess so. But it wouldn't really be a color for the arms. Cuff, I guess cuff and collar, there you go. So for those, we can just use a plane once again. Give it a subdivision, plus solidify, plus another subdivision. Bam. Doesn't look like much right now, but if we give it more solidification, if we make it solider, it looks nice and soft. And we can use this around the neck to kind of tie up the loose ends. Oh, there you go. Oops. And then more resolution. And probably also now that we have the geometry in place, we can kind of adjust the height and stuff. Feels like I'm in a trance right now with this music. Okay, that's fine. Imagine you can do it in 1 second instead of ZBrush using extract and zero mesh. That's kind of what we've done here for the sweater, where we extracted part of the sculpt and then, you know, retopologized it automatically. But for this, I just wanted to do it manually to have more control. But maybe we'll try that for the cuffs, just to see if that, you know, works just as well. There you go. Bam. So it's a turtleneck, so it needs to have a certain length to it. I think it actually goes higher than this. Maybe up to here. And then... Oops. Oh, even higher, okay. There can never be enough height. Like this, maybe. And then maybe add in 2 edge loops in between. Okay, let's see, let's test the other technique on the cuffs. I'm curious. So now that we've done this technique, the one that I'm used to, let's try the other one. Right here. Let's go in here. Bam, maybe this far. And maybe get rid of a little bit here. Okay. And then face set, no, mask, extract, remove this, focus, remesh. We probably don't need that much, maybe 100 even, probably even less than that, but this should be fine, perfect. And then add maybe subdivision first, solidify, and another one. There you go. If only I would have done that for the other one too. Look at that. Not too bad. There you go. Yeah, that works too, you know. In 3D there are a million ways to do stuff. And usually I use the ones that are not the most effective because I forget about the other ones. Nope. That's why I kind of try to now force myself when I do stuff to think about like, oh, could you do this a little bit easier in a different way? Try to kind of keep that mentality whenever I do stuff, but sometimes you just, you're just modeling and don't really think about it, and then you don't really think about better ways to do it or faster ways. I think Quad Remesh actually comes from the same person that developed it for ZBrush. So, ZBrush uses, I think, a better version of Quad Remesh, a more, refined version. But the Quad Remesh, like, algorithm and, like, overall, like, how it works is basically the same. So, the benefit of using it in ZBrush is, of course, that you can draw, what do they call it? Draw the edge flow onto the model, and then it kind of respects that for the remeshing. You can't really do that in Blender. What you can do though, even though it has never really worked that well for me, is you can use an attribute color to define where there should be more or less geometry. So for example, if you wanted to remesh the whole body, you can draw, for example, the color red on the face, and that means that there should be more geometry in the face, and then I think it respects that when it retopologizes, or like for the hands, for example. But I've never really done it too much, or played around with it too much, because it just hasn't worked for me. That I don't really know the best way to use it. I feel like the wrist is a bit too bendy, but nobody will notice, okay? Nobody will notice. Let me do the same here. Oh, right. Oh, dragon is in the way. Oh, hello. There you go. Someday in the very distant future we'll get a perfect retopology algorithm. Maybe. maybe. Hopefully. Retopology is one of the worst things known to man. Known to 3D artists. But unfortunately the perfect algorithm has not been made yet. At some point you just select what kind of retopology you need. Like if it's for animation, is it for, I don't know, just to create a quick, cleaner topology? Is it for something else? And then it just says, okay, I got you. And it just does it all for you. But unfortunately, we're not there yet. One of my friends literally splits his model up into parts and remeshes and decimates them separately. Oh wow, okay. That sounds horrible. So some parts have good topology, some parts have bad. That sounds weird. Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah, retopology is like one of those things that it's just boring. It's just tedious. And nobody would complain if you would just not have, if you just wouldn't have to do it. It's basically just cleaning up your room after playing with your toys before you can play more with them. It's like, you know, playing with Lego and then having to clean them up because they're all scattered over the ground. Oh, hold on, we have the bottom here too. He used the collapse decimate mode and yeah, it's... That sounds like a mess. Oh. No, let me draw it here. The torso is kind of twisted so I can't really see where I need to mask it fully. So I'll just do it this way. Yeah, there are some like web services that can create a pretty good topology, but the problem is always that oftentimes topology can be very personal, and especially if you want to go for like very high quality like animation or other stuff, you kind of need to tailor your topology to whatever you want or whatever you need. And as long as the, you know, AI or whatever can't really take in feedback or change it in a way where it's more how you need it, I don't think it's going to be used that much. Okay, this should be fine. Last one, and then we have the top kind of blocked out, which should be enough for this. And then the pants, we'll see. I also don't know what kind of shoes I want to add. Maybe we'll need to sculpt feet at some point too. Just because she might have open like sandals or whatever, or like high heels, we'll see. Oh, right. I think oftentimes you can get away with a lot of like bad topology, but of course it just always helps to have a good one. So you could probably even decimate and create an animation with that, but of course you'll have a lot more trouble if you do it that way. Oh, hold on. Okay. There you go. I think this could work as a top. Of course it needs more refinement, but as a general idea, if we then bring in the dragon too, I think the pants can make a pretty big difference here. Once we have like these wider pants, I think this will look quite different. Welcome Xeon, hope you have a good day. Where's my music? First of all, the music is just stopped for some reason. I think the playlist has just reached the end. No, it just hasn't, it just stopped. Nice. I think it's time for new music. I think that's what it is. What about some disco music? Let's see. How about some laid back? Oh, there are only 18 tracks. Maybe not then. Maybe let's see some happy disco music with no vocals. Aha. Perfect. The fact that someone would even selectively decimate and destroy the model like that shows that people want retopology tools. I mean, if you practice with retopology, like manual retopology, it doesn't take that long. But it's just like the same as if you were cleaning your room. It's like, oh my god, I have to do this now. I have to stop having fun because I need to clean up my model. Just so I can have more fun. It's just like this annoying step in between that just nobody wants. You're really not having much luck with your music? I feel like this one's good. I'm just, usually I just go into, like if I just go into Epidemic Sounds and just say music and just select a genre that I like and then just hit, look at the moves and try to find one that isn't too, I don't know, too intense, to serve as background music. I could also just use my saved music, but that one has vocals in it, so I can't really do that. But I think this sounds pretty good. Good enough. Oh. How long do these usually take? I think this one's going to take maybe up until Friday. So yeah, next week I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna work on the Deadpool animation. But this week we're gonna grade this. And the final version will then be printed and visible on stream next week. That's the plan. And I think we're on pace for that. So let's see what kind of pans we want to use here. I think I actually want to stick with the ones that I had in mind. These ones, I think they would work pretty well. Since they are pretty, I feel like they're pretty elegant. They're also not too wide, so sculpting like a million folds wouldn't be a huge issue. I think I'm gonna stick with these. And then for shoes, what kind of shoes would we use? Would she wear? And then once we have the clothing, we can then think about the hairstyle. I have a few sketches, but I want to hone that in afterwards. Also add maybe a chain and stuff, just to make it a bit more elegant, I guess. But that's not the focus right now. The focus right now is pants and boots or shoes. What kind of shoes would fit? Let's see. Let's actually find some. Yeah, the music today has been a bit nicer, less vocals. Let me look up some references for boots. Oh. Elegant shoes. Ah, well, women. Of course, high heels kind of makes sense. Maybe, oh, that could be interesting, but it probably wouldn't fit that well. Like dragon scale boots or shoes. Kind of like lizard scale, but dragon. But they would, yeah, that would kind of break the contrast. These ones look interesting. But maybe not as fitting for like an elegant look. This one looks a bit more casual. I think I just clicked on an ad. I think that's why they showed up. Is that an ad? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Wait, is it? I don't even know. It looks like an ad. These ones maybe could work. Of course, these ones are pretty standard. Oh, these ones look cool. Could kind of fit with the overall style too. Like this. Yeah, look, like the outfit right here. She actually has kind of the pants that, that we have in mind. Fits pretty well with the shoes too. Maybe. I think we're going in the right direction. Just about blocking it out and then seeing if it works together well, and then if not, then changing it, I guess. Yeah. Okay, let's do the pants first though. And I'm scared, because I don't know how I want to do the pants. Because they're so annoying. I think I want to retopologize them, because the problem is I can't really just separate, mask extract these like from those legs, because they kind of merge together in like this section here, for example, and then over there. And sculpting it, actually maybe, hold on, I can probably fix this bit, and then I can, this is fine, I think, since there are going to be a lot of folds here anyway. I think so. Okay, the plan is simple, and let's see if it works. I have little to no knowledge about renders and whatnot. I've heard a good render animation of around 30 seconds could take up to 6 weeks. I'm just really impressed by the dedication. Yeah, it depends on... Yeah, of course, you know, 3D can take a long time, but if you're crafty, it can also be quick. But yeah, this... Because since this is not going to be an animation, it's going to be like a 3D print, like I guess this thing here. I haven't printed this, but you know, it's also a 3D print. It doesn't take as long since you don't animate it, so that step is completely gone. But it's a fun little project you can do in like a week or less. Even a day if you want to really, you know, push it. Maybe not, you know, to the extent of this, but if you want to create like a bus, for example. If we, for example, finish this project tomorrow, which probably is not going to be the case, we could do a quick sculpt on Friday. Okay. Let's separate the legs. Should be pretty easy. Bam. Oh, right. This is also kind of how I separate the 3D print into multiple parts. I just kind of draw a line like this around the area that I want to split. And then I just fill it. Maybe triangulize it if I need it. And then I just scale it. Oops. Scale it. So it extends the model. But since we want to split it here by creating a gap in between, I just leave it there. Maybe create an inset and triangulize it this way. And then do this. And add a solidify modifier. There you go. And now we can just go in here, use a nifty little Boolean operation to cut this section here out of the model. And then if we look at the yellow silhouette here, we can see we've just created a gap. Now we applied. The only problem is now, of course, that there's not going to be a lot of geometry in the gap, but maybe we can just move some surrounding geometry over there to fill that hole. Also, retopology is a lot more annoying until you learn about a certain very, very useful sculpting brush. And that sculpting brush is called Slide Relax. I can show you in a second what it does. It's really, really useful for retopology. Okay, hold on. Yeah, maybe I could even use it here. Hold on. So if I use this, you can. If you use the smooth function, it basically smooths the geometry, but not the shape. And it doesn't work here. Perfect. Okay, let me show it to you on a different model. So for example, if we just have a plane. Oops. Have a plane. Okay. And then we add more geometry. Maybe the geometry isn't as even as you want it to be. Oops. Okay, like this. But of course we want it to be even in the end. What we can do is use, let me actually show the wireframe. We can use the Slide Relax tool. First of all, to just move the geometry around. I think there's also a setting so that it doesn't affect the edges. I think so. I don't know where it is, but I think there is one. Otherwise, I guess you can also just mask them. But if you now hit smooth, it just spreads them out evenly. I don't know why it doesn't change it here. Something's so weird in this area. But for the rest, you can see it spreads them out evenly. What is going on here? Hello? Ah, there you go. Just had to be woken up, I guess. No, it just doesn't work for that brush. Okay. Yeah, but basically that's the same as the smooth brush, but it doesn't change the curvature of something, which can be really, really useful if you only really want to, you know, even out the geometry, but don't want to change the shape. Have you thought about maybe bootcut pants tied around the thighs that flare out more from the knees down? Maybe. Yeah, I think I want to create the basic shape of the leg, I mean the pants first, and then we can look at what could work good, what could work well. Since, you know, once we have like the basic shape, we can create a few different iterations, I guess. Are you posting your Deadpool part 2 soon? Just really enjoyed the first part. It's gonna be a bit since until that's done, because I'm gonna start working on the animation or on the second part next week, and it's gonna take a few weeks. So it's gonna be, as I said yesterday, you will forget about it, and then once it's in your feed and you know it gets recommended to you on YouTube, you're gonna remember it again, and then you're gonna be happy. So that's how it's gonna work. Okay. Okay, perfect. Oh, hold on. I still need to fix the legs. I actually don't need to fix the legs because it's not going to be visible. Oh, wait. No, never mind. Yeah. Okay. Hold, let me eat some of my breakfast. At 3:30 p.m. Okay, I think we can mask extract this. I think the mask goes, I mean the pants here go pretty high, and I think for her they would actually go higher than the, would they go higher than the no, it would kind of meet where this one ends. And I wonder if I want to keep, I feel like I want to, if you have a more elegant outfit, you probably wouldn't have like an open, actually, I guess it could be both. Whatever, let's just create the basic shape first. I remember I created a, let me show you which one I created. A statue for like a Star Wars game before, the, what was it, Jedi Survivor. Which is this one right here, hold on, here you go. And for this one I actually simulated the clothes, just so I can get some good folds in here, but I don't think it's necessary here. It also just, you know, I don't think it's worth the effort, because the folds are fairly small, and I think with enough references we can probably create some good folds. If you want to see a more detailed render of that, it should also be on my Instagram or, of course, YouTube video too. Okay, so now, how far down do we go? I guess just all the way to here, since that's where this kind of tube-like shape ends. There you go. Okay. By the way, if you know Smeef, you probably, if you're in the Blender space, you probably know Smeef. He just did an interview or like a podcast on the Bad Decisions channel, Bad Decisions podcast. They've done a few interviews before with like Ren from Corridor Crew, for example, or Andrew Price too, Blender Guru. And now they've done one with Smeef. So if you're, you know, want to listen to some Blender heads, and you know, them sharing their story or what the, you know, how they learned and how they got into 3D, you can check that out. It was pretty interesting when I listened to it. Oops. Okay. I actually learned in that podcast that I shared a passion of Lego stop motion animations back in the day when I was younger. Smeef said that he did that, you know, when he was younger. With like, I did it with my phone, and he did it with I don't think he said what he did it with, but yeah, I did it with my flip phone. I actually just pulled it out again just to see if I can find the recordings still. Bam. Look at this pristine piece of old technology. I actually found some old recordings from my childhood on it when I was like 12. I think the resolution of these these recordings are like 250p, so they're not great, but I still remember them. It was basically us, me and some friends recreating ASDF movie scenes in real life. Okay. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the Lego things. I think I deleted them at some point. But basically, the reason why I could even do that with that phone is because the button that you press to start recording has no other function. So what you could do is you could press record and then pause immediately after 1 frame. So I just, you know, set up my scene, put my phone there, and then record pause, record pause, record pause for each frame that I that I created. And that's the only reason why I could even create like these frame by frame animations. But I did like a ton of those because it was really, really fun and really, really quick too. Oops. Miracle, it still turns on after all these years. Yeah, I mean, I've never really destroyed it or whatever, and my dad just kept it in like a drawer for ages. So I could just pull it out and just charge it, and now... Hold on, I think there are also games on here, hold on. Oh, no SIM card, of course. I feel like I played Snake on here, hold on. Oh, games. Snake 3, look at this. It has Snake 3. It's a 3D Snake. Oh, loading. There you go. I played so much Snake on this, but I never managed to fill the whole map. You know how in Snake you basically end the game or finish the game by filling each tile until there's no more fruit that can spawn? I never managed to do that, but I played a lot of it. Okay, back to the pants. Welcome, Shadow Sage. Hope you have a good day. Okay, it's time for the pants, and we need to re-topologize it. Let's see what it's gonna do for this bit right here. Maybe I can, hold on. I don't think I can. I thought maybe I can split this part too, but maybe I can do it after it has re-topologized it with cleaner topology. Let's see. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say like old stuff just stopped working at some point. Oh wow. But all the old stuff that I have never really just broke down. For example, I have these hard drives with all my project on it that don't fit on my PC anymore, like all my old videos, which I probably should back up at some point until they actually break. But those hard drives have never broken. And then I read like Reddit posts and stuff of people saying like, oh yeah, my hard drives have broken down multiple times now after like a few years. And these I already have at least for 2 years. And they've never broken down, so it's... I don't know, maybe I'm just lucky. Maybe at some point I will lose everything I did up until now. I don't know. But so far, everything has... never has anything really broken, any technology. Except for the stuff that I've broken myself, like the... well, even that didn't break. For example, I got the original Nintendo DS when I was smaller, younger, and that one didn't break. The only thing that happened was that it basically snapped in half, because you can flip it open and then play on it. Basically, what happened is that if you look at the phone right here, it's kind of the same mechanic. I think I extended it too much, and then the hinge here broke off. So I basically had two, the screen and the lower bit. I could separate the two, except for the cable that runs through the hinge from the bottom to the top. So I could still play on it. It was just it was just in two pieces. So even that didn't break. I just broke the hinge, I guess. Oh, Nokia N900 with Linux on it? Yeah, I still have physical keyboard like the one with the ones that you have the numbers for, or the other one, like the Blueberry, where you have a whole keyboard on it. I think we also have like the one of the Nokia still, but I don't know which model it is. Okay, let's see if we can fix this. I would like to have it separated, and I'm curious if we can do that. So this looks fine, and now if we just do this, haha, maybe this works. Let's do some quad magic. Let's see. I guess the topology would have to change, but I don't want to do that necessarily right now. So what if we just combine these or merge them and see if the shape still works out well? I guess I got to retopologize it again once it is actually separated. Oops. Oh, right. There you go. Maybe this works. As long as the shape is right, I can still retopologize it, I think. Oh, Nokia phone then just stopped charging. I think I had mine for quite a long time. I also had, so the first phone I think I ever had was that Nokia phone. And then afterwards I got this flip phone. And then at some point, the screen, like touch screen phones came out, but I never got like the first ones. It took me, you know, I only ever had like the, you know, the normal, what would you even call that? Like dial phones that have the normal, you know, still have buttons, I guess. And that, after the flip phone, I still had another one that I got that was still like that. And then at some point, I think the first one that I got, which was actually a touch screen phone or a smartphone, I think when the smartphones actually like really started, I guess, popping up. That's when I got my first one. I don't remember which one it was. It might have been the Samsung Galaxy S7, but I don't remember. Because I still have that one. I still used that one for a long time. But I think it was that one. Since I only really had one other phone, which I use now, which is the S23 Ultra, I think it's called. 23 or 21, I don't remember. I'm not really that up, you know, up to date with new phones. I don't really care if it works and has a good camera, then for me that's good enough. Okay, let's see if this, oops, could work. It is separated now, so the legs have actually individual, you know, they're fully separated. So now if I retopologize it again, let's see if the topology looks better. It actually doesn't look too bad in terms of topology here in the middle. Just like this weird rounding here makes it a bit weirder. And I want to see if I can fix that with another retopology. But I think to make it a bit smoother, I want to actually add some subdivisions to this. And then do it. Yeah. Look at that. That looks pretty nice. Maybe a bit more resolution? Yeah. Maybe double. Welcome Cowboy, welcome Minyamu. Just watched your video on the Wolverine Deadpool anime. Nice. Hope you enjoyed it. Maybe motivated you to create something yourself, if you maybe want to go in the same direction. Okay, remesh. Wait, did I already remesh? No. Okay, nice. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. Okay, I think we can use this as the base. So now... Oh. Let's create some panned prototypes. Let's sketch some pans. It also seems like, just a quick tease, I guess, nothing to promise. Okay, I'm promising nothing. I tend to promise too much and then don't do it. Maybe, since the Deadpool video did so well, I feel like this kind of concept of taking Western superhero characters and giving them like an anime, like designing an anime for them. I feel like that's a cool idea, and I might do that more for more characters. Like another one that comes to mind is like creating a Spider-Man anime and going like all over the top with what you can do with there. Sounds like really fun too. But I might want to wait there until like a Spider-Man movie comes out or whatever to I don't know, create more interest, but we'll see. Just as a little tease for what could happen at some point. It doesn't really help you much now, I guess, but it might make you excited for some time in the future. It was the best video you've made. Thank you, I appreciate it. I thought maybe the explanations were a bit too fast sometimes. So some things maybe I thought I explained a bit faster than people could understand or could comprehend, but maybe not. Maybe that was just me thinking about 15 different things that I wanted to, you know, check for while watching the video, and then just, you know, not following the video itself. Welcome, Zach. Hope you have a good day. Okay, there you go. So, leggings, probably not. It doesn't look too elegant. So let's see if we can create something different. Also, I'm really happy with how the leg readability actually turned out, since it now actually has like this gap right here, which looks very natural, which is kind of hard to do if you're just sculpting it. So yeah. What is this? All right. Hit the gritty. I love how your name is please do a forward roll and then hit the gritty. It's like two requests at the same time. Or like your name being like, don't read this, and then your chat, you write something in chat. But I don't think right now is the time for a gritty. Unfortunately. I'm a 3D artist, not a dancer, okay? Okay. First thing first, I want to try... Let me show you what I want to try. Let me put it in your vision. Oh, wait, did I not... I have downloaded it. I just can't find it. This one. That's the goal right now, or like the idea. Let's see. Also, quick tip, once again. Since these are very, very close together right now, I can't really just, you know, move one and then not move the other. I think what you can do to kind of get that effect is either use grab silhouette or use auto masking topology, I think. Yeah, so if it's not connected anywhere, you know, in the brush area, it doesn't affect it. But I think here it's actually easier or better to just use facets. So let's just draw a facet real quick. Facets are basically masks of which you can have multiple. So you can kind of color code your sculpt or your model, and then you can define that, for example, whenever you use a brush, it will only affect the areas that have the same facet. Oops. And for legs like this, of course, that makes quite a bit of sense. I wonder if you can turn a selection into a... Oh, hold on. It's actually easier. Since this is already kind of intersecting, it's kind of annoying, but that I think is no problem if we start from the bottom. So if we start down here, you can grow the facet, I think. Facets. Oh, you can use the edit mode selection for facets. Control W. What? Oh. There you go. And we can just grow this out. There you go. Perfect. And then we have a perfect separation. Nice. Okay. Oops. There you go. Perfect. So now if I do the same. Oh, I still have this selected. I can now, instead of using topology, I can use facets, and then that basically does the same, but is more intuitive and more precise. Since if I, for example, wanted to adjust this area here, and I select topology, you can see the brush kind of, like in this brush area, you can see like a connection between this side and this side, so you can see it still moves both. But with the facet, of course, you can control what is being affected and make that operation a lot easier and more intuitive too. There you go. So first of all, make it wider. Oh, right. Unfortunately, you have to select this facet option for every brush. Okay, there you go. And then the other side too. Of course, it doesn't really react to anything yet, so it's gonna look a bit weird, but we're gonna get to that in a second. One of the things I don't like sculpting clothes, but because we have to do it for this bit. If it looks horrible, I'm gonna refresh my Marvelous Designer license, but so far I'm confident. Okay, this might change quickly soon, but so far I'm confident. I don't know why it creates this weird, like, zigzag pattern. I don't know why, it's just this normal smooth brush. Oops. Oops. So now, yeah, let's see how we do this. It needs to fall down a bit, of course, here on this side. And be very close to the body on the other side, since it's drooping down. You can also, of course, hide a certain facet, which is also really useful. I think it's Shift H. Nope, never mind. The other way around. There you go. And then it makes that a whole lot easier too. So facets are really useful. Also, some brushes just work better if you have facets. Like the pose brush, for example, works much better with facets. Since you can kind of define where the pose brush is supposed to place the pivot point, for example. Which can be kind of weird if you just use the automatic, you know, pose or pivot point placement functionality. Oftentimes it just places it in some like random place, which doesn't make any sense. But with facets, you can just define it yourself. When are you gonna sculpt a big fat dude? Maybe at some point in the future. The ones that you know, every month we're gonna do one of these. You know, like one of these 3D print statues, and maybe at some point we're gonna have like a big dude, I don't know, wielding a scythe or whatever, and then your wish will be fulfilled. Just an absolute slob. Yeah, for these kind of project, I think I want to stay pretty open, since they kind of, you know, meant to be more fun and just kind of relaxing before I go back to the main projects. So whatever, you know, might look cool or, you know, be a cool project, we can do here. I'm not really that happy right now about the shape of the pants, but I guess it just requires a bit more adjustment. I also want to unhide the other one so I can adjust that one. Welcome Al Mohammed. Hope you have a good day. Always interested in folks going at cloth. like how broad the lower leg fold already is. Yeah, it's... I'm not an expert in folds, so don't take any techniques from me. Folds have always ruined my life. But I guess it's just about practice, so maybe with these, the more folds I do, the better I get. But yeah, I'm not happy about it yet. The easiest one, of course, to place are just the ones where it just squishes together, since then you just create these kind of folds. But when it comes to these in-between folds, that's something different. That's yeah, that's when it gets worse, when it gets bad, okay? There's one person that shows up in my Twitter feed a few times that draws a lot of clothing, and those always look really, really nice. The problem with clothing is that sometimes you also just can't find good references for like the material or the kind of style that you have in mind. And then you're just sitting there kind of imagining it and kind of trying to remember the basics of of folds and how they are supposed to act. I think I'm gonna stick with this for now for that one leg. Let's do the other. The topology doesn't lend itself that well for good for good folds, but I think that's fine. What I always try to remember or keep in mind is like imagining simulating cloth and then seeing how it would react and then trying to apply that to this. So here, for example, the cloth would probably, since it's kind of wide, would probably fall down. So I kind of just want to push it down a bit to kind of make it look kind of droopy, which looks horrible right now. But slowly but surely we're getting somewhere. This section right here is kind of... Why can I not hide? Oh. Yeah, this section right here is a bit too wide. Love drawing it, hate sculpting it, yeah. Maybe you just have more freedom with drawing it, because you can, yeah, I don't know, be more free. But in sculpting, it's just so... It feels so complex, I just can't wrap my head around it fully. Or at least I never feel comfortable with it. But maybe, once again, that comes with practice. I don't know. Oh. I guess that looks fine. Maybe. Where's the knee? Hello? Knee's just not here. Oh, there it is. Okay, so this... It's not too bad, I think. I can see the vision, okay. There you go. So if we unhide this one, I think I can see something, okay? I can see a look. And that's all we're going for right now. Which I think it can work as like an elegant pair of legs. What? Pair of pants. Yeah. I want to probably do a few more just to kind of get some idea of what could work. And then hopefully find the balance between something that looks good and something that is easy to make. And then go with that, I guess. So, for example, what I could also see here just is kind of this style, just like more fitting pants or jeans. I feel like those could also look very elegant, or like these. But yeah, once again, these ones seem a bit too suity, too much like a suit. These ones I think are similar to these, so yeah. I also like kind of this style, which is kind of similar to the jeans, I guess. Waist-high pants. Yeah. But if you look at this, we're getting closer and closer. Day one, on Monday, we did her face, her head, the rough version. Then day two, yesterday, we did the poses, and now we finished the clothing. And then, what is missing? Oh, well, of course, we still have jewelry and stuff, and of course the boots, and refining the stairs. But there isn't really too much left in this. It doesn't, like, it still seems a bit too simple, but with stuff like the necklace and maybe like these ear jewelry and stuff like that, I think this can look nice. Maybe what I thought about was adding something to the stairs as well, because they seem kind of boring right now. And just adding some texture to it might be a bit too boring. So something like, I thought about if you could use stuff like rose petals on the ground, but then replace them with like dragon scales or something. I don't know if that could look good or not. If that could also just look weird. But there's probably something you could add here that would add some spice to the stairs. But I think we're making good progress, and I'm pretty confident that we can finish this on Friday. I got into drawing cloth from studying how Peter Chung simplifies fold shapes in his designs. I do think looking at animation character designers' work can help in sculpting 3D cloth. Yeah, what I always imagine when I think about the fold is how the cloth would look in a neutral form. So basically almost like this, standing straight, and then they move in that position and see and kind of imagine how the folds would move then. That's how I do it, but yeah, it can be very complex if it's not the main folds that you're thinking about, but the in-between ones, like this one, for example. Like, how does this one get there? I guess it's because the bottom here hits the shoe, the shoe at the boot, and then doesn't move, so this one droops down further, and yeah, whatever. These ones are a bit harder to create. Yeah. But it can definitely help, yeah. Once you're happy with the main shape, a bit of crease down the front of the legs might give it a bit more deliberateness. Yeah. Yeah, well, so we've reached the time already, unfortunately. It is 4:20. which means unfortunately it's time to go. But I'm gonna work on this offline. I will probably create some different variations for the clothing. And then if I'm maybe instead of refining the clothing, maybe think about some details I could add to, you know, to add some more variety into this, or to add some detail into this. But it's not going to be done tomorrow, so we're going to continue working on this and maybe finish it tomorrow or on Friday. I think I'm pretty confident that we can finish this on Friday, but we will see when we get there. Like they've been ironed. Yeah, I think this is fine for now. I want to do some more, you know, different looking pants and see which one I like the most, and then go from there rather than spending too much time figuring out the creases for this one. Yeah, but yeah, a bit more to do before this is done, and then yeah, we have a final result on Friday. But hope you enjoyed today. We're gonna of course, continue working on this tomorrow, and if you want to know when I go live, once again, you can join the Discord. There's gonna be a bot that will, you know, message the whole thing. Like, you know, there's a bot that messages when there's a new video live or when I go live. So if you want to know when that happens, you can join the Discord. Or also, you know, for like feedback, if you want to get some feedback on your stuff, or just share your cool 3D, not products, 3D models or whatever, you can post them there too. But until then, thank you for watching. Hope you have a good day, and maybe I'll see you next time. Until then, see ya.